Hello, hello, and good morning or good evening, wherever you guys are in the world. Hope your Sunday is going well. We are here today to start our buddy read. I'm very excited to read this with you, Margaret.
I'm excited to read this one too.
So, a little bit ago, I can't remember when we decided to do this, but
it was, hold on. It was a video I commented on because you were talking about rereading it or something, and I said, oh, I need to read that too.
And I was like, well, I would love to reread it if you want to read it for the first time.
I know how these things work. I'm like, oh, somebody who likes this book that I could read this book with?
Yes.
Actually, it's more like because I was doing it on my phone.
Yeah. Same thing. Just different emotions. Yeah. So we will be reading The Will of the Many today. I'm very excited about that. This big old chunky guy. I remember when I was reading this, because originally, I don't know that this had an audiobook when I originally read it. So I really didn't think it still had an audiobook, but it does, which I have since ascertained, which is nice. But I remember the text in this book is so tiny.
It's okay. I was like, oh, that's fine. This is fine. It may be like, at least it's not Bible pages. It could be worse.
Right.
When I opened it up, I was like, oh, it's one of those books. Got it. Got it. It's fine. I've read Way of Kings. I'm good.
Yeah.
Like I grew up on like the mass market paperbacks where you had to like actually pull out a magnifying glass as a young person to read the text. So.
Yes. Back to the old days.
Yeah, it doesn't really like visually. This is something that I'm like, this is very intimidating. And I'm like, Margaret, you've done this before. This is how you grew up.
Yeah. It is good to compare to The Way of the Kings because that book is massive and the whole series is massive. So like if I can read Stormlight, I can read anything.
Yeah. If you can read Brandon Sanderson, you can read it. Literally, that's just how it works.
Let's see who's here.
That is how it works. And that works on so many different levels.
Exactly. Good morning, Elena. Good morning, Lucina. And Tennille is here. Good morning, Ashley. And Julie is here as well. All the friends. Andy, I'm so surprised that he did that. I filmed that 3 times and all 3 videos had him in it because he just would not leave me alone while I was on the couch.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I was there taking notes because I need to film one of those for myself, but I have to clean some things up first.
Yeah. I like it. It's first off, I love the fact that we have like a little bit, like a 30-second little push before we go live. I just think it makes things look better. And yeah, I thought it was just a kind of a fun way to introduce
people past the ad. And then are those books? I'm having to guess while watching. Are those books that are some of your favorite books? Or were you
some of them are part of my favorite series, and then some are books that I haven't read yet. So it varies.
Okay, so now I need to go through and guess.
So much FOMO. I want to need to read The Will of the Many ASAP, but Libby gave me The Way of Kings 1 year, 3 months wait. Oh my goodness. And I can't do both at the same time. No, I wouldn't do both at the same time.
Well, you know where to go if you want to talk about it, Tennille, because I have read it. So if you want to talk about it in that Discord, you can. I just haven't read any further than we discussed in that Discord.
You'll get to it eventually, though. The book will be there whenever you get to it.
No, I've been like I'm taking notes, so it takes me longer to read through things as I'm reading. And so I do not dedicate as much time as I should to it, but it will get done because I need to have I think all 4 of them done by November. The first 4. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you say you're reading the first 4 Stormlights before November?
I would like to try to read the first 4 Stormlights before November. So, you got to keep it. I read all of Mistborn in a month. So it's
okay. Godspeed. I could not do that. I think it would take me a year to get through those 4.
I'm not taking notes on all of them, just on Way of Kings. because I'm only the project I'm doing for Way of Kings, I'm only gonna do on rereads.
Okay.
I feel like there's more stuff that I'm gonna pick up if I reread. But Wind and Truth is going to be on the Goodreads Choice Awards for sure. And I'm like, if I can get through all 4 of Brandon's novels, then I've got a shot at being able, or all 4 of those, I've got a shot at being able to actually read all of the Goodreads Choice fantasy instead of YA fantasy, since I've had issues with the YA fantasy list for a couple years now.
Yeah.
Just some of those are not YA, guys.
I loved Wind and Truth. So I haven't been able to decide. I still go back and forth on which one's my favorite, the Way of Kings or Wind and Truth, because Way of Kings has been my favorite forever.
Yeah.
And it is still like an all-time favorite, but as far as the series goes, after I read Wind and Truth, it's so fantastic. I love it.
Nice. Yeah, my brother says that's the best one in the series. I'm like, okay. Doesn't track with how Brandon usually writes, but okay.
Well, and it did get it has mixed reviews for sure. There's a lot of people that weren't happy, I think, with the direction.
Yeah, it's like it's the halfway point, right? Of like that's one arc and there's a second arc.
Yeah. And I think people were expecting, I just think they were expecting it to go in a different direction than it did. But I really liked it. I thought it was really good.
I try never to get attached to my own expectations of something. Because 9 times out of 10, that's not where the author takes it. And 8 times out of 10, they take it in a better direction than what I thought.
Yeah.
So there are some authors that I do have beef with because they did not fulfill the promise of the premise in the final book. But for the most
Can't win them all.
No, you cannot.
Ashley is reading With a Vengeance. I hope you're enjoying it. I know we talked about your wait times, but wow, a year and 3 months is a lot. That's a long time to wait.
That's quite a bit.
Currently reading Great Big Beautiful Life. I also need to film and do a little admin.
Nice.
Yes, he does.
Yes, we always want to see the kitty cats.
Good morning, Hillary.
Hi, Anne.
Good morning, Anne. Going to read The Hexologist this morning, plus do some knitting. This is another book I need to reread because The Tangle of Time comes out next month. Is it in October or September? But I want to read it again.
Let's see. I can look it up. You said The Tangle of Time?
Yeah. It's by Josiah Bancroft.
Well, I'm sorry. There are people being buried alive?
Wouldn't surprise me in that book.
What? Is it by Maureen Thorpe?
No, by Josiah
one?
Bancroft.
Okay, let's see. That maybe this is the correct one. That is also not. There are a lot of books called the Tangle of Time, apparently. There we are.
Got it.
I found it. There we go. And it says it is coming out. It's coming out on Tuesday.
Oh, I thought we
the
saw
9th.
Yep. Amazing. Yeah, I need to reread The Hexologist before I get into the second one because I read the first one during TAR and I know I missed things.
Yeah. Listen, I'm rereading the first Monk and Robot book because I read that during Amazing Readathon and I was like, I remember none of this ending. It also is I feel one of the end, the way the ending works, if you don't go into the next book, it's harder to remember because it does seem very, it's not, I don't know how to explain this, but it doesn't leave a big impression, if that makes sense. It doesn't go out with a bang. There we go.
Yeah.
It's a much softer ending than I think people are used to.
Forgot about the Discord. I'm on chapter 44.
Nice.
Hey, I believe in Margaret. You can do it. I just was a little shocked because if I had to get through all 4 by November, I would be stressing.
I physically can do it. Mentally, who knows?
I think the mentally is my issue, because when I read Stormlight, it takes me probably about a month to read one of them, and then I have to take a break because I don't want to binge them.
I like to hurt myself, apparently. Why I play Dungeons and Dragons. I got in a system that had 0 nat ones. I was like, this isn't as fun for me. I want to critically fail something, and for it to be awful, and the DM have to justify how badly I did at this thing that should be easy to do.
Hey, if you're enjoying yourself, that's all that matters.
Exactly.
I need to find another shorter book to read alongside so I can vibe. Yep. Finished Paladin's Faith in Paranesi yesterday, so I need to figure out what vibe I need to read next.
Vibe is always the hardest one to figure out. Yeah, but do you have a specific genre you want to go for? Do you have options? Do you have suggestions? We would love to help you.
Indeed. Good morning, Abby. Currently reading Bloodmarked. Lovely. Don't know that I'll be reading much because I have stuff to do, but I saw Come From Away live on Friday. Amazing. And I want to read the companion book for it. Nice.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
I am. Thanks, Ashley.
Yeah, 1.88, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
Binge Stormlight. It was a blast. I love it. It's so good. I don't know that I could binge it, but maybe I should give it a try. Maybe I would like binging it, but
I feel like, I mean, it really depends on how you like to read. I also feel like reading one a month is a good way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if you want to read them back to back, like, just take your time reading. Like, the Expanse series, which is one of my favorite series, I took my time reading. Like, there were several months between books. But I just was like, okay, I don't need to read more of this. We want to make it last, partly because I was waiting for the last book to come out.
Yeah.
And then because I was afraid of the last book.
And sometimes you just don't want to let go. Like, I don't want the story to end.
These last 3 are going to break me, and I know it. And I'm going to be mad about it, but I'm also going to enjoy it. And it just worked out so well. It was funny because I got to the end of the final book and I was like, I should have trusted them the entire time. I should not have been so concerned.
I love it when it works out like that instead of the other way where you get to the end and you're like, no, I wish I hadn't read the ending.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because Leviathan Falls has an ending that normally would be, you put that ending in a book and it is 1 star from me. The only author that has, speaking of Brandon Sanderson, is the only author that has ever managed to do that in a book and not have me so livid I want to set the book on fire, right? Yeah. Just because he does it in Mistborn, the hold on, Hero of Ages, but it's because the twist is so well done that everything falls and you're like, oh, I understand what story I'm reading now. The moment in Leviathan Falls is so full circle that I was like, yeah, this is the only way the story could have ended. Like, I was mad at Mistborn for a minute. I wasn't even mad at Leviathan Falls. But I also think it's because the journey that we've been through takes place over a large amount of time.
Yeah.
So these characters are not at the very beginning of their story by the time we get to the end. So, such a good.
I need to read that series. It's on my list.
It's so good. It's you would not believe that it was written by 2 white men if you didn't. I mean, you would. Reading book 1, you would. But there's a level of intentionality and care in how they treat their female characters and the way they create a world where, like the world that they create, it's very clear. Like it kind of mirrors ours, but it's very clear that this society that is in our future is a very mixed society, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's really, really good. I love it.
Hello, Julia. Reading a Source Just Comes to Call. Have 2 other library books staring at me. Hey. But you can always recheck out things from the library. if you don't get to them.
Before.
Another Expanse series lover. I do really need to read it.
I will say, sometimes I do suggest watching the show first, like the first 2 seasons of the show, just because that's how I did it. But Miller's head is a bit to be in if you do not have the actor in mind, because the actor he's one of those, you know how, I hate to mention Harry Potter, but you know how in Harry Potter, like oh my god, his name, the actor makes that character much more likable than he actually is. It's the same thing with one of the points of view, because he is a skeevy old man.
Okay. Ew.
Yeah, I had a friend that read it and was like, it was so heterosexually male. It's the most heterosexually male book I've ever read. I was like, yeah, that's because you've got Jim and you've got Miller, and Miller is Miller. So he is kind of gross. But it's so good if you can get past that first book. And I love Jim is such a cinnamon roll. He's worth it. And then you get 2 of the best characters in the series in book 2. So sometimes I suggest doing this because once you're attached to him, it's a little easier to deal with.
Yeah.
But
I get that.
Yeah. Just know that, like, you just have to suffer in Miller's points of view sometimes.
Sometimes that's okay, especially if you have other people that you're waiting on, like other people, other things that you're waiting to get to.
Yeah.
So many options and books I need to get to, thinking between Strange Beasts and All This Twisted Glory.
I don't. So I DNF'd All This Twisted Glory. It made me mad. But if you liked the series so far, I would say that one. Because that's going to have a lot of character interactions, and tone-wise, it's going to be very different from Way of Kings. But it's not like, it's still going to be very much like fantasy, but it will be a different tone. It will still be a little bit heavy if you're trying to find something that's not very heavy. I don't know I don't think I've ever read Strange Beasts, so I can't tell you that one.
Strange Beasts is a Sherlock and Watson-esque story, except for the 2 main characters are female. It's Moriarty's daughter and Sam Harker.
Okay, I understand. I would suggest reading that one, because I have learned that me and Tahra Mafi, her fantasy is not my jam, because she likes to do things with her, what is it, with her love, like her ships, that I don't appreciate as a reader. So I'm just like, this is not my jam. Good for you, not my jam. But if you liked the last book, All This Twisted Glory is more of the last book. All of the issues I had with the last book were, they were worse.
I think you'll like Strange Beasts, Tennille. So it's very fun.
Yeah. I feel like that would also be like very different vibe-wise.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. 1 and 2 before you read this book.
So the issue with This Woven Kingdom, to be honest, was the pacing, because it's a book that takes place over, I believe, 36 hours. Like, it was confirmed in book 3 that it takes place over less than 2 days. And it is so slow. Like, it's just, and it's the same characters having the same argument over and over and over and over and over again.
So, I haven't read that series.
I will talk about how mad I am about that book all day, so don't stop me. Just stop me.
My memory is trash, so I have to binge series or reread. I understand. Hey, I don't remember everything from a series. Sometimes I just go into it and I'm just vibing until I remember things.
I feel like if I can read it within a year, usually I'm pretty good, because my memory will pull things up.
Yes.
Like, as I read them. There are some series where it's so complicated and it's been so long. I'm like, no, I need to reread this first.
Usually, I think it also depends on the format that I read the original book in. Because if I and, like, when I read it. Because if I read something during Tar, I'm not gonna like, I need to go back and reread. Like, things like that. Like, if I'm in a really amped up situation having to read a book, there's no way.
I'm also apparently more comfortable with, like, just jumping into something and being confused than a lot of people are.
Yeah.
So, it's like and I understand that. I'm just like, yeah, it's figuring the stuff out is part of the fun for me. So, there's just more stuff for me to figure out.
Exactly. When you remember, you're like, "Oh, I do remember that."
What was it? Oh, Brissinger. I made the mistake with Brissinger going, "Oh, it's fine. It's been like 7 years since I read all this, but I'll remember stuff." And I remember going and Brissinger going, "Who is this person again?" Like, I was having to pull up Wikipedia for the last book. I was like, this was a mistake, but we're already in it, so we're gonna keep going. Usually my brain will pull that information up from somewhere. And it really depends on the series. Because like some series I feel like your brain like it's easier to grab those things and they're better at like bringing in the information you need. And then like part of why I'm rereading Way of Kings is because I want to finish the series and I was like I can't just go into Words of Radiant. There's no way.
Yeah.
I don't remember and I'm reading this going, all right, I remember like this one specific moment that just happened, but none of the rest of what the was this always in the book?
Yes.
So
started reading the Expanse series before the show came out, but I think they did a pretty good job with the casting.
It's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Continuing my read and listen of The Dead Take the A Train. Amazing. Really loving it so far. I'm actually reading The Library at Hellbore as well right now, which is by Cassandra Khaw. So good to see another Cassandra Khaw book in the audience. I hope you're liking it.
You're reminding me of something I need to ask my library to get me. It's so good. The audiobook is amazing. Jefferson Mays is the one that does the audiobook.
Oh, good. That's good to know. Actually, that's funny. Good audio too.
Yeah. He's really good.
Yeah. If this is for Dead Take the A Train, I agree because I did like the audio for Dead Take the A Train. I like audios for a lot of books, but that one I did really enjoy. Wanted to watch the show, then try again. I've been advised by multiple people, including Margaret, that this is the way. This is the way. Follow the way. Well, friends, we are at the end of the comments.
You also can just watch the show, Julie. If the books don't work for you, you can also just watch the show because it a lot of the same stuff and a lot of the same themes. It's a really like even without reading the books, it's a really good show. So
where's the show? Like, what network is the show on?
It is unfortunately on Amazon Prime. Although, well, they did just release a Blu-ray where you can get all 6 seasons on Blu-ray. So you might be able to get it from your library as well, but it is on Amazon Prime.
Okay. Well, friends, we are ready for our first sprint. So we're going to get to reading. I hope you guys have a productive morning or afternoon and that you get some stuff done. So we're going to come back. We're going to do hour-long sprints as usual. So we're going to see you guys in an hour. Have fun. Hello, friends. Tell us how your sprint went. On that sprint, I got to the end of chapter 2 in the Will of the Many, and then I made myself a glass of tea.
Nice. Very nice. I am almost at the end of chapter 1. I read 14 pages that time.
Okay.
So,
what do you think so far?
It's a lot. It's one of those things that, so obviously we're being dropped in media res in this one. So we're getting a lot of questions and not a lot of answers yet. Although, looking at, it's very interesting how they use the concept of will to kind of mirror the Roman system of governance. So this one's a lot more obvious than I think, what is it? The Way of Kings, that it's taking from Roman origins. Because Way of Kings, no, not Way of Kings, Ruin of Kings.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Ruin of Kings, I was halfway through, I was like, oh, I understand what history we're taking from now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting so far. I've got my suspicions about, knowing the synopsis, I got my suspicions about what's going on. But I'm not entirely sure yet. So
I had completely forgotten that chapter 1 happened. So as I was reading this, I was like, oh yeah, I remember this scene.
Yeah. I was like, this is not where we're supposed to be. So clearly something's going to happen here that will get us where we should be. But it is it's like a brutal sounding system, right?
Yeah.
And it's such a interesting way to do an indictment on how we do mass incarceration. So
yeah, I really enjoyed I guess I like Vis's perspective because of the fact that he's in the system, but he doesn't want to be in the system. And so I can't remember how he worded it, but he was like, I'm going to be here for this, but I'm not going to be accepting of what you guys are doing, but
yeah.
I'm here. So
it's very interesting, and I suspect I know what's going on with Hospias. But you never know. I could be wrong. I have a feeling I thought one page before I needed to. So
yeah. I told myself I was going to do half of our pages, because I think the end of chapter 2 is on page 26. So I was like, once I get there, that'll be half of our pages for the day, and then I can read the second half. I don't know if I'll read all of it in the next sprint, or if I have some things I need to do around the house too, so I'll probably mix in some other things as we go. But
yeah, I'm going back and forth between reading this and doing things as well, so it's
yeah. Julie's Library has the Expanse series, one season of the Expanse series on DVD. The problem I would have with getting it on DVD or Blu-ray, I don't think I have anything to play those on anymore. I've gotten rid of all of that technology.
My parents have a Blu-ray player, and then I actually have a separate, because when I can, I prefer the physical disc over a download, because you have more control over the physical disc, and they're changing that, but the downloads usually have less longevity, if that makes sense. So I do have a little disc drive that I own somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where I put it, but it's somewhere.
And that's why I don't know, we used to have a really a mix between, we had VHS and DVD, a DVD player that we could hook up, because I do have my old school VHS tapes from when I was a kid, the original Disney movies and stuff that we still have that I haven't gotten rid of. So if we don't have a VHS player, I have a whole bunch of essentially plastic bricks in my house that are useless because I have no other way of playing them.
That's funny. We have the last VHS we bought was the Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. And then the extended editions came out, and I bullied my entire family into splitting a DVD player so I could get that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Good morning, Jen. Nice to see you, Margaret. Hope you enjoy the Will of the Mini. Me too. Leandra is also here. Hello, Leandra. Good morning. And Christina joined us, reminding us all to make sure that we hydrate, take care of ourselves for sure. She also said hello. This made me laugh, Julia, when I saw this comment, because I did mention on my video for anticipated releases, like, I'm sure that I missed things. A Tangle of Time is one of the ones that I missed. But Games God's Play sequel, not that one I intentionally missed. Made it to page 41. Amazing. Nice. That was a to-do list sprint. I need to do this as well because I have so many things I still need to get done, and there's only one day left in the weekend, so I need to make a priority list for sure.
Yeah.
I think I'll give Strange Beasts a taste test. Generally read Way of Kings in the evenings. Yeah. I think you'll like Strange Beasts, and it's a way different vibe than the Way of Kings, so I think it'll be a good one to read alongside it.
Yeah.
No reading done, ran some errands, walked around for a bit. Lovely. About 7 hours into the Hexologist with 6.5 hours left to go. What are you thinking so far, Anne? Although there will be a delay, there's a Patreon pizza party at noon EST with some games. Oh, that's fun. Next sprint, I think I'll switch to my audiobook for one day. Everyone will have always been against this and work on my Lego Balrog book neck. My brain was not wanting to read that sentence.
It's a really long title, but I have heard of this book multiple times. It's on my to be read list, I believe.
What type of book is it?
It's a nonfiction talking about, basically it's about how very often when atrocities, happen in history, you'll have a lot of mixed opinions. You'll have people like we're seeing now. You'll have people that are like defending it. You'll have people that are against it. But when you get to the other side of it and like the stuff that was happening starts really coming out and hitting the media and people start understanding how horrible things were, everyone will be like, oh no, I was always like, always against it.
It's like kind of a discussion on being on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
Yeah. It's definitely like, I'm sure it's going to talk about things like Rwanda. I'm sure it will talk about Palestine. Just like how often people turn away from stuff, and then when you look back, oh, everyone was against it. Everyone thought it was awful. And we don't have. I mean, now it's going to be interesting to see how this goes because we have documentation that we didn't have or didn't always have access to in the last 20 years, that people have social media, things like that, and people are keeping track of those things for certain people. So it'll be very interesting to see how that affects things.
Yeah. Strange Beast is definitely a fun time. I agree. Reading Blood Over Brighthaven, 1/3 of the way through and enjoying it, looking forward to seeing where the stakes go. I enjoyed that book. I thought it was good. And I was a little surprised because I did not like Sword of Kaigen. So
I'm working through Sword of Kaigen. I kind of see what she's trying to do, and I'm like, are you doing it well though? But I'm not very far into it.
I hesitantly enjoyed it for the first, I think 50%. I can't remember exactly where I was, but there's a tone and like shift in the storyline that happens, and I'm like, I finished it, but I was not happy with the fact that I spent so much time on that book. So I was a little hesitant going into another book by her because I didn't know if that was going to be like a trend. But I liked whatever Brighthaven was good.
So I don't remember what her name is with the mom character storyline, because I've seen people have that as a critique, how that is handled in the first book. I believe it's a series though, right?
So it should be, but I'm pretty sure the author put it aside and it's not going to be a series anymore because that's one of my, are you talking about Blood Over Brighthaven or Sword of Kaigen?
Sword of Kaigen.
Okay, yeah. So Sword of Kaigen is now a standalone, but I think it was originally written to be a series because when you get to the end, there are so many things that you don't know. But I think the author made a decision to just that was the end of it.
That was it. Yeah. That
which is why I get irritated anytime anybody talks about that and they're like, it's a standalone. I'm like, it is not. It's a series that was never completed, which is fine. Like that's the author's decision. Yeah. But I don't want people to go into it thinking everything's going to be hunky-dory at the end or completely answered at the end because it's not.
No, that's frustrating. And I understand that to some extent because they got a traditional publishing contract with a completely different book. So they want to focus on that. But because there is the mom storyline, some of the criticisms that I saw about it, I was like, well, if there's more books, we still need to work through that. So it makes sense that she's still there at the end of the book, right? That she's still kind of in that situation. But if it's supposed to be a standalone, I can understand why people would not like it and feel like it is not satisfying and not well done.
Yeah. There's a lot of people like it, so I hope you're in that boat.
She's doing a very interesting job of critiquing Japanese imperialism in it so far.
Yeah.
Interesting, some good, some bad.
Yeah. Working on Sabotage on the Solar Express for another 30 minutes and then switching to Mask of Mirrors. Amazing.
It feels like an Agatha Christie retelling.
Is the Sabotage on Solar Express?
Yeah.
Probably. That makes sense.
If anyone's ever wondering, I always have Goodreads up. People are talking to me about books. Just so I can look them up and see if I want to.
Do I want to add to my TBR?
I want to add to my TBR. Well, not this one. This one's in German.
Oh my!
I could probably find one.
Leandra, you've been hiding the fact that you speak German. I'm just kidding.
I'm sure that it is. Oh, okay. I see. This is looks like a middle grade kind of time travel-esque story we're looking at. Oh, it's interesting. I'm sure it's translated. A lot of German middle grade gets translated. That's why we have Inkheart.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I read a couple of chapters of Full Dark, No Stars by Stephen King. A couple of characters from Blood and Ash, or a couple of chapters, not characters, from Blood and Ash by Jennifer Armentrout. I hope you're enjoying them, Mindy.
Yeah.
I hope it works for you, Jen. Liked it when I read it earlier this year. Liking it. I DNF'd the first time around, but this time I pushed through some of the rough spots at the beginning. I'm feeling the 4-star vibes. Amazing. Love it when rereading or trying a book a second time works for you.
Yep.
I have not. The Song of Legends Lost. I finished it yesterday. Let me look this up. I also typically have Goodreads up. Song of Legends Lost. An epic fantasy, Song of Rebellion, a Song of War, a Song of Legends Lost. In the 9 lands, only those of noble blood can summon the spirits of their ancestors to fight in battle. But when Timmy, a commoner from the slums, accidentally invokes a powerful spirit, she finds it could hold the key to ending a centuries-long war. I mean, I love an epic fantasy. Oh, and it's a 2025 release.
Yeah. Interesting.
Thanks for the rec, Anne. Finished Tomb of Dragons last week. That series is totally on the best ever for me. Jen, love to hear it. I'm so excited to finally get my copy of Tomb of Dragons because it doesn't come out until next year in paperback. So I'm waiting impatiently.
I'd actually be very impressed, Leandra, because if that was the case, then you are really dedicated to selling that because you met me in Pennsylvania. So I'd be very impressed. That's so
Yes.
funny.
Our sneaky German-speaking friend.
I mean, there is a really big, Pennsylvania Dutch community up there. That's where my family comes from.
Really? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So, which Pennsylvania Dutch basically translates to Amish. There's a reason my dad's father and mother left. So,
well, what are you going to get up to this sprint?
I am probably going to do a little bit of tidying because I do need to film later today. So my skin's calmed down enough that I think we can do the makeup, but if I wait too much longer, then it's going to be like harder to put makeup on, like just because the cycle of my skin flaring up and then calming down. Mm-hmm. Like we haven't quite hit the healing phase, and the healing phase is rough, and I don't want to be on camera for that. So.
Yeah, I get that. You have to plan everything out. I think I will also probably do some cleaning up as well because I have some tidying to do.
My goal right now is like 15 minutes of something else and then 30 to 45 minutes of reading.
Okay.
We'll see.
Sounds like a plan. Well, we are going to go on our second sprint, y'all. So we will see you guys in about an hour. Have fun, do something productive. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let us know how your sprint went. Margaret, what did you get up to?
I got up to a little bit of plotting, and then I got, I got through 10 pages.
Okay.
So we're about to go into the fight, and I sent you a Discord on this, but like I have so many thoughts about or questions about what they're using the will for, right? And I'm sure whatever answer we're getting at the beginning of the book is not going to be the actual answer, you know?
Yeah.
Like I am sure there is some nefarious purpose behind it. So, but I am interested in like what are we doing with this will? Is it just about the power trip? Is it just that like it's a resource that they can use? Oh, I'm curious.
Yeah.
And you can't say anything, and it's funny.
You are correct.
Like I can't tell you
shit. I got, I think, to the end of chapter 3. Let's see, which is page 33. Which is the end of the fight. So I've gotten to the end of the fight scene.
Yeah. And we're just getting for the fight. He's just talked with is it Gautier?
Oh, is it the guy who?
Yeah, the guy who the bookie.
Yes.
Galfred. It's very interesting, like knowing what this is based on and seeing the different like roots of the different names and how he is like referencing, because like Galfred is a very old English name.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah, so I got to the end of chapter 3, and then I cleaned the kitchen, did some vacuuming, and while I was doing that, because I'm really trying to immersive read The Will of the Many, so I switched over to the Library of Hellebore, and got to 50% in that. So I'm planning to figure out I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do for lunch, because my next sprint will be a lunch sprint. So I think I might cook some French toast. Just do something simple.
Yeah, very nice.
Let's see. I'm not going to show you guys all of these comments, but Beatrice did join us. I don't know if she's still with us or not. She's not feeling well. But she's reading one of my favorites, The Adventures of Amina al-Sarafi. So I'm very excited. And then we also had Jess join us, and you are up very early. 4:30 in the morning to see the lunar eclipse. So I hope you're enjoying it. Or did enjoy it. I imagine it's probably over by now.
It's probably over by now.
Yeah. But in the meantime, reading Arc of Dances with Demons. Lovely.
Nice.
And Rope also joined us. Hello. Read 44 pages of Come From Away. Amazing. I have 25 pages left in this edit for my client. So close. You're so close, Kelly. You can do it. 59% through the Hexologist. Still enjoying it. I got a shower in and I'm folding laundry. Gonna switch from knitting to a puzzle next. These all sound like lovely activities, Anne. Read 58 pages of Full Dark, No Stars by Stephen King. It lives up to its name. Interesting. These novellas are so dark. I still have not picked up another Stephen King. The only Stephen King I've read is Fairy Tale, and I did enjoy it, but I'm just hesitant because I've heard Fairy Tale is not his typical. And
no, it is not. It is not. His horror can get very dark, and some of it is questionable.
Yeah. So I've been waiting. There is a book out by his son that I'm interested in. King of Sorrows, something like that. Sorrow something.
It's Joe Hill, right?
Yeah.
His stuff, I feel like his stuff interests me more because his stuff is more like more like grimdark fantasy.
Yeah.
Which I feel would be more interesting to me than King's. And his son also seems to be a little bit like Stephen King is continually putting his foot in his mouth on social media. So like he hasn't learned that much in some of the stuff that he's written. Like some of it's very problematic. But like Joe Hill seems like he has a good head on his shoulders to some extent. So like I kind of want to look into some of his stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a couple of his reads or his books that I would like to pick up.
Yeah. I have one of them.
Is it he's the one who wrote Nosferatu, right?
He is the one that wrote Nosferatu. I don't have that one. I have a Little Hatred, which I believe I have to read another series.
Oh no.
Before I can read that. Yes, King Sorrow is one of the ones that he's written.
Okay. I've heard good things about that. So that one's on my list. Yeah. Julie's parents stopped by, so I was quite distracted. Now I'm making lunch. Love that little social gathering though. Like gotta make time for the fam. Read a little bit of both my books, got distracted, waiting on McDonald's breakfast, and then stepping away to eat and watch Justice League cartoon, maybe sneaking away for a bit. Oh, that sounds so fun, Ashley. And we'll do one more. We'll do one more sprint. That was a cook and eat lunch sprint, some kitchen cleanup. We were on the same vibes, Julia. You could try Eyes the Dragon, his other fantasy. Is that, I don't think I've heard of that one. That's a Stephen King?
Not either, but hold on. Oh yeah, that is. Okay, interesting. Huh. It looks like it might be okay, 427 pages. I mean, I know that he also did Dark Tower, which is more fantasy horror.
Yeah.
From what I understand.
And I think that's where I need to stay within his canon, because I don't think, from what I've heard of some of his like just straight horror, I don't know that I would be a fan, but interesting. Stayed on Stephen King's fantasy side, still dark, versus his full horror. Yeah, I think that's probably what I need to do. The full eclipse will be at about 6:10. Interesting. So you're going to stay up for a while. Get you some coffee, snuggle up with a book. Eyes of the Dragon, he wrote as a kid's nighttime story. Interesting. I didn't say, it does say that it's young adult.
Yeah.
Probably won't make it back for the last chat. No worries. I hope you have a wonderful weekend as well, Ashley. Enjoy. Yeah, when I read Fairy Tale, I really liked the relationship between, wait, I guess I have read another one of his. Isn't 1164 11?
Yeah.
That's his.
Yeah. I believe that is.
So I have read that one, and that one I did enjoy.
I read one book by him, and it was on writing. And
that's his nonfiction, right?
Yeah, it's nonfiction, and it is a very illuminating book if you are a writer, or if you're interested at all in his career, right? Because a lot of his books he wrote while severely addicted to drugs and alcohol. And he kind of talks about that process and the fact that like he's like, I don't remember writing most of those books.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you anything. But like he has good advice for writers, in my opinion. I haven't read some of his, again, I've steered away from some of his stuff because he just does not have the best track record with BIPOC reviewers. And I'm like, okay, so then it would really need to be something that I would have, like there would need to be a greater reason more than just my curiosity, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
But like his son has some stuff that's interesting, and his son doesn't seem to have the same reputation as he does.
Yeah. Cool. For the Dark Tower series, and a lot of books in the world, there's a lot of feed into the Dark Tower world. So kind of maybe like a little bit of universe building or world building within other books. Haven't read any Stephen King books, and I don't think I want to.
I like horror apparently, so like I want to at some point, but yeah.
Yeah. I enjoy horror. I feel like I have a very particular niche. little corner sliver of horror that I enjoy, and I don't know that he's it.
I feel like the horror that I tend to like typically has some sort of like truly like social commentary to it, right? Because like I've liked Jackal, I like Stephen Graham Jones stuff, the Sworn Soldier series. When I've just read like horror, I'm like, no, not sure I like this.
Yeah.
I also like to have some rhyme or reason behind my horror, though. That's why Junji Ito does not work for me.
The ones that come to mind, I'm trying to think like how I would even describe the vibe of horror that I like. The one that I'm reading right now, Library at Hellbore, it's fantasy horror, and so it adds in I love monstery things. Like I love reading and learning about the different monsters and kind of folklore behind those things. And so I think that's why that works for me. But like My Darling Dreadful Thing, it was very slow and almost beautiful in its creepiness. So I like books like that too. But then you also have like, I don't know, I think I have like little tiny things that I like to pick up on, which it's hard to replicate. Like You Let Me In had like an amazing unreliable narrator to the story and like a really cool kind of ambiguous ending. Not ambiguous, it's probably not the right word, but it's an ending that makes you pause and you're like, okay, what do I do? What do I do with that information? So
what do I do now?
right. Yep. Early morning means productive. Hoping to get a couple of books finished today. Well, I hope you do. I can do horror as long as it's not body horror. It depends on the body horror for me, but so Cassandra Caw definitely is not someone you would want to read then. Just so you are aware. The Library at Hellbore has a lot of body horror, and so did The Dead Take the A Train. I can do that, but I can't do like The Troop. Like Nick Cutter, I don't know if you've heard of any of his books, but I haven't read any of them, but like some of the stuff that people talk about there, like it's almost like parasitic body horror, and I'm like, meh. I don't think I need anything to do with that.
Stay away from Sorrowland by River Solomon if that's the case.
Okay. That's good to know because that was on my list.
Have you read T. Kingfisher yet? Have you read What Moves the Dead?
Yes.
Okay, so that is okay. If you enjoyed What Moves the Dead, you might be able to do Sorrowland.
Okay. It wasn't my favorite, but I did like what happened. Like I think my problem with What Moves the Dead was that it was a novella.
Yeah.
Because I got to the end and I was like, but we're at the interesting part.
It's one of the few that has genuinely creeped me out. When I figured out what was going on, I was like, oh no, but this is something that could actually happen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you've ever looked into chronic wasting disease. If you haven't, don't. But like that is what came to mind when I was reading this. And that can spread to humans. So I loved that. You might like House with Good Bones. It was a novella, but it's got a little bit more meat to it.
Yeah, I read that one. It was good.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. But yeah, like stay away from Stephen Graham Jones if you don't like body horror, because all of his stuff so far has had body horror in it.
Yeah, I've read, or I tried to read Only Good Indians. That's by Stephen Graham Jones, right?
Yeah, that is not the one I suggest people start with.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that one. I ended up DNFing it because I was like, this is definitely not for me. But
no, I usually tell people to start with My Heart is a Chainsaw. I feel like that one's a little bit more accessible. The Only Good Indians, you have to be able to get through the most violent parts and to the end to understand what he's truly doing with the story. Because like it's a point, but the point involves a lot of violence against women, which made kind of sat very uneasily with me until the very end of the book. Buffalo Hunter might be my new, this is the best introduction to Stephen Graham Jones.
That's good to know.
But I haven't finished it yet.
Okay.
But no, I usually suggest My Heart is a Chainsaw because it requires the least knowledge so far of number one, Indigenous history, and number two, his writing style as a person.
Okay.
Like I feel like The Only Good Indians is not going to hit as well if you don't already trust him.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
That's good to know.
I totally, that one gets really intense. I totally understand why a lot of people DNF'd it.
Yeah. Andy is here.
Hi. A parade. Cat butt.
I know. He can't not. It has to be. That's his goal is to show the camera his butt at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Misery was possibly the scariest book I've ever read.
Yeah, that's the one that's the author that gets kidnapped and stalked by the woman, right?
I think that one's probably a little bit too realistic for me.
I'm sure that one has some real life experience that inspired it.
Okay, so if you bought it, you should give it a try, but just be forewarned that there is body horror in it. I do think that it's more mellow than some of the other body horror reads that I have read, but I don't want you to go in blind.
The nice thing about books is it is easier to skip over when things get too intense.
Yeah, for sure.
Or to just go, we're going to come back to that in an hour.
Yep. And I do think that it's not lingered upon. So like it happens, it's described, and then we move on. Like we're not living in it in the muck. So I hope it works for you.
You kind of have to with horror a lot of the time. You want that shock and awe factor.
Yes. Yes, I feel the same way, Julia. There's also fungi that takes over animals.
I am aware of that.
I can think of insects specifically, but I'm sure that there's more.
It's, I think it's specifically ants that deal with it, most often.
Yes. Yeah, because they're the ones that it like takes over their bodies. Yeah. I've heard it happen to praying mantises too. But yeah, it does kind of creep me out, but not enough to where I didn't enjoy the book.
Less likely to become zoonotic than something that is mammalian, thankfully.
Not supernatural crazy people exist.
I mean, it is true. There are people who have horror stories because of how we feel entitled to celebrities.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So
yeah, scary. Would not want to live their lives.
There's a reason a lot of authors do not publish under their legal name.
Yeah. Which is sad that they can't.
Yep.
They can't have the best, like they can't have that recognition. Like they have to feel like they hide because they have to protect themselves and their families.
Yep.
Yeah. It's sad. Well, on that note, we're going to go on another sprint. We're going to go on our last sprint.
Yeah.
And maybe read about some more pleasant things.
I'm not so sure that's going to be what I'm doing.
So we'll see when we come back and report to you guys. But yes, we will come back in an hour, close up our little chatty bit, talk about our general thoughts on our first day of our buddy read, and then we'll say goodbye to all of you. So go and be productive for the next hour, and we'll see you then. Hello, friends. Welcome back from the last sprint. How'd you do?
Hold on. Thank you. I got quite a bit more read. I think I'm almost done our chapters. I'm on chapter 5. Nice. I got 18 pages done that time. I'm on page 42. We're currently, he is being summoned because someone has come to the orphanage. And I'm like, I knew it. I knew this is what was going to happen. Like, I've never seen a more obvious, like, planting of those plot seeds in my life. I'm like, here, obviously, with some sort of rebellion, sir. You know what's going on.
We were actually close to the same spot because I just got to chapter 40 after cooking lunch and everything. I sat down.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's interesting to see. I'm getting a grasp for how the magic system in this book works, and it's very interesting. I like it. Kind of like it's a very interesting take on the Roman indentured servitude, and then like fealty. There's a little bit of the feudal system in it, kind of, I think. So it's very interesting. Like,
yeah, I feel bad for Vis.
Yeah, a little bit. He's one of those that I'm like, you are a little bit big in your britches, buddy.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's his own problem.
I know. I'm like, it is you. You are the problem, sir. You should listen to Anti-Hero by Taylor Swift. But I do feel like some of it is very much deserved. Like, I understand where some of it comes from.
Yeah.
Right? And I understand, like, I have a feeling that it is a plot point. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, like, I have a feeling he is going to end up a little bit humbled as we go through, if not this book, this series. Right?
Yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to get to the end. I know we just started.
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay, let's see. I think we did have Jen joined us. Good morning, Jen. And I know, Tennille, I had the same realization as we were talking. I was like, I did read another Stephen King. Sometimes I forget. Ran to the library, picked up The Enchanted Greenhouse since my hold came in. I'm not expecting good things, but if it's a prompt, I love this because as I was reading this, I was like, I don't think you liked the spell shop. And then I get this comment. Yep.
That's funny.
Well, I wish you luck, friend, because I definitely did not enjoy The Enchanted Greenhouse. I was a little bummed.
Sometimes that is how it be.
Yeah.
So.
Attended the Patreon event and then worked on the to-do list. Maybe now I can read some, hopefully, fingers crossed. Well, I hope you enjoy if you do pick up Strange Beasts, or what was the other one? Twisted.
All this Twisted Glory.
Yeah.
I had to remember what order all the words were in.
Lunch sprint. Nice. So we had chicken this time. Missing 5 bookmarks. And I have no clue where they are. That's a lot. Like, I definitely lose like a couple every once in a while. And I'm like, I'm sure they're in a book somewhere.
I check all library. I've learned to check all library books before returning them because somewhere someone has a Kaz Brecker bookmark.
Oh no.
I know. That is sad and lonely.
So. I bet I hope that person knows who it is.
Who knows? They probably think he's just from Peaky Blinders.
Oh, probably.
So.
Just 6 o'clock, and the cloud has come over really heavy. Oh no.
So
are you gonna miss it? Yeah. That's sad. Read another 52 pages. Only 13 pages to go. That's exciting. You're almost done. Yeah. Eaten lunch, picked up Mask of Mirrors. I hope you're still loving it or liking it. I can't say that you're loving it, but
I feel like Leandra's been reading that for so long.
I think it's only been a couple days. No, I do think that Leandra has said that she's going to read it multiple times.
Okay, that might be it, because I feel like we were talking about her potentially reading Mask of Mirrors back in like April. when we are, not to call you out on live, when we were talking about Little Thieves. But I could be thinking of something else.
No, I'm pretty sure that was it, because I think that was around the time that her Patreon was doing a buddy read for Mask of Mirrors, and I think she was planning on joining them. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but she is picking it up, which is great. I love that series.
I need to read that one.
I think you would enjoy it.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. I just sent the markup manuscript to my author. Time to start the next one. Running a publishing company is not for those who have spare time on their hands.
I that.
Well, I'm glad you're getting stuff done, but I hope maybe you have a sprinkling of some spare time coming your way soon. Was missing more and found a few of them in books, but I can't find those 5. Huh.
Interesting.
Weird.
You're going to find them in the oddest place, I promise you. Unless you're like, oh no, I know exactly where it is. I returned it. You're going to be like, oh, yeah, I forgot I put that in there.
Yeah. I did that with, I think I'm still missing one of my TBR Harvest bookmarks from last year, and I have no idea where I put it.
It's in the,
but I don't typically use like good bookmarks in library books for that reason, because I don't want to, like, I'll usually use like my freebie library book or freebie, or I'll just use like a post-it note or something.
I have 2 modes. I either am using a receipt.
Yes.
Or like a clothing tag or something, or I'm matching the bookmarks to the book. I guess I have 3 modes, because there are times where I'm like, I'm just going to use the same bookmark from book to book to book because it's easy.
Yeah.
It's the closest one. But like, yeah, it is playing a little bit of a Russian roulette. And I haven't done it since. That was just the one time, and I did not repeat the mistake.
Yeah, that's sad. I have my like tabs, like when I want to annotate a book, that I'll match to the books, but I don't have enough bookmarks to match to every book that I read. And I am typically of the lazier mind where I'm like, what do I have around me? This will work.
Yeah, I have 7 colors that I use for, because they match my highlighters.
Yes.
That I use every single time. So
yeah. 66% in now, and still enjoying myself. I'm gonna finish it today. Yay, Libby Chicken.
Round of applause.
Love it when we win at Libby Chicken. Have Strange Beasts in my hand after this to try. Love it. I hope you enjoy it. The prompt I'm using, Greenhouse, is for second chances. Okay, to give a book an author you didn't enjoy another chance. Sometimes it works.
Sometimes it does.
Yeah, maybe what you didn't like about The Spell Shop will be exactly what The Enchanted Greenhouse gives you.
I think you've read Children of Time, right? Do I remember this? Yes. I remember my brother and I read Children of Time together, and I wasn't the biggest fan of the ending, but then I picked up Service Model. And I absolutely fell in love with that book. That book was so much, I was just like, oh, it's not going to be a book for everyone. Like, it's such a like slow burn type thing. It's very, like, I don't know that I would call it cozy, but it's cozy adjacent. And like, not a lot happens.
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying.
I'm like, Adrian. Anyways, sorry, I won't get on a soapbox. But like, I remember reading through that, and I'm like, this is really interesting. I really do like this. I think he's been more, like, I think my biggest thing was there were certain elements of Children of Time I didn't think he was as thoughtful about as he could have been. Right? And I was like, okay, so it seems like he's put that level of thought into this. So I'm like, okay, so I'm going to try some other of his stuff then.
Yeah. So, I do think he's very versatile. Like, I've read, at this point, I think I've read 4 of his books, and all of them have different vibes.
Yeah. Yeah. And my issue with Children of Time wasn't necessarily that I didn't enjoy the book, because there was there was one plot line that I really, really enjoyed.
Yes.
And then there was one plot line where I was like, okay, but dude, did we have to just okay, this is okay. I didn't care. But then you get to the end of the book, I'm like, I think I might actually care now.
Yeah. It wasn't, I enjoyed Children of Time. I
It was
definitely
a really
enjoyed.
interesting concept, right?
Yes, yes, and I had fun with it. It was definitely more that book took more of my mental power than
It did.
other books that I've read by him,
I also
which
was
can be a
listening
good
to
thing and a bad thing, but it just I think that I had a hard time with character connections because we were going so fast-paced with one of our storylines and so slow-paced
yeah,
with the other
yeah.
that I wasn't being able to grab on to anyone that I really, like, could love, and so I think that was my struggle with absolutely loving
That was
that.
a that was a bit of it. I'm guessing that was the fast-paced one, the spiders?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that was and I thought that that was really interesting. I just would have liked to see us put more thought into the gender dynamic and the forms of oppression that we could have done rather than just flip-flopping things.
Yeah.
Um, I think I might have had a better time if I had not been listening to it at 1 time speed.
Ooh, why were you listening to it at one time speed?
Because my brother is a Neanderthal.
Oh, you're reading
He's
it
a
with
brother.
somebody.
Yeah, I managed to finally get him to put it up to 1.15 times speed. But like it was one of those that I did not enjoy the book itself, but the concept was interesting and not that's not how I like the ending is the thing that saved it for me. I'm like, I have to read
Yeah.
the rest of the series, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like the very last bit, I was like, oh, this is well, now I need to continue on. But like I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes there are books where like you'll read the first book and you'll be like, I did not get along well with this particular book, but I feel like I'll like the entire series. Does that
Yeah.
make sense? Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. Thanks for sprints. Yeah, thanks for being here, Anne. I wanted to let you know that I'm having kind of, oh, major surgery tomorrow. If I'm MIA, that's the deal. Or I could be all booktube all the time, have things to do. Yeah, either way. Well, I wish you well. Make sure and
Yeah.
take care of
I
yourself,
understand
get some
that.
rest. And I do hope to see you on booktube, but take care of yourself first. So if it's
Yeah.
not something you can be involved in, no worries. Yes, good luck. Absolutely. Unpopular opinion, but I did not gel with Mask of Mirrors, which is super sad when it comes to the world is so fascinating. Yeah. I mean, it's not for everybody. No worries.
Mm.
I've
Yeah.
been saying I'm worried with Mask of
I
Mirrors
knew
since
it. I
April.
knew we've talked about this.
I got some of it though, which was good. I don't think the cloud will go away, okay, in the next 5 minutes. That's sad, Jess. Well, I'm glad that you got to see some of it.
Yeah.
No POV had agency except the main character. So every time they've
That's a
discovered
tricky
something, we
one.
had to experience the main character discovering the same thing. Interesting.
There are ways to do that in writing, but it cannot be an every single time thing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? It's like you yeah, I completely understand what you're saying, Kelly. I know exactly what you're talking about.
If I lived in the States, I would definitely help you out. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know,
I
service model.
It's so good. I listened to it while playing a lot of Skyrim.
Recommend the racist stance for that author, not if you didn't like the spell shop. Yeah.
It's Sarah Beth Durst, right? I feel like I've
Correct.
read some of her stuff. I feel like the spell shop and the enchanted greenhouse are also very different in vibe from the stuff that I have seen about her.
Yeah, I think so. The only thing I've read by Sarah Beth Durst is I read book 1 of the Queens of Renthia series.
Okay,
and
yes.
It was fine.
Let's see. I think I've read book 1 of that series, but I can't remember.
I think it's called like Queen of Blood or something like that, maybe.
Okay, no, I haven't. I'm thinking of a different one. Yeah, she's also one that like just looking at her stuff, very different vibes from a lot of her books.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The struggle of listening to audios with people who listen more slowly. I listened to The Lost World of my father at 1 time speed.
Yeah, I don't like. I think you can go up to like 1.5 times speed, 1.8, without really noticing a difference.
Yeah.
But my brother doesn't believe me. And audiobooks are the only way to read. So
I think it depends on the audiobook narrator for me.
This is true. This is very
And,
true.
like, if there's any sort of, like, heavy accents or things going on in the book as well, that also I have to slow it down as well to make sure that I'm understanding what's happening.
Yeah. Michael Kramer is at 2 times speed at all times.
Yeah. Have you seen the, I don't know what books he narrates, but I've seen the video when people discovered that Will Wheaton, when he narrates,
Yes.
you can go up to, like, 3 times speed and he sounds the same.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. He narrates a lot of John Scalzi's books, which I also highly recommend. I love John Scalzi's books.
I didn't know that. I really liked Service Model, or not Service Model, The Starter Villain. That's the only John Scalzi I've read.
I've read Red Shirts, which was fun. That one's very meta. It's very fun. And then I've read Kaiju Preservation Society, which if you want a silly, goofy, good time with giant pandas, basically, it's a good book.
Have you read his most recent one? I was gonna read it, but after hearing reviews, I kind of took it off my list.
I have not read, what is his most recent one? Oh, no,
When the Moon Hits Your Eye, I think.
I haven't read that one yet. I want to get to Starter Villain soon because I know that that's going to be one that I'll have fun with. It doesn't tell me. And then I like one of the big ones is Old Man's War because that made him really popular.
My husband really liked that one.
Yeah, I just feel like I just gel with his sense of humor very well.
Yeah.
So,
really enjoyed The Queens of Renthia.
I think I'd enjoy it. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
I had to listen to a book at one times because the narrator had a Scottish accent. Beautiful, but a few words needed to be slower. Yeah, I feel this. I think this is my norm.
Yeah, I'm usually like 1.5-ish. Here's the thing. I listen to a lot of like D&D actual plays at like at least 1.5.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty good at picking up on accents when they're really fast at this point.
Yeah.
But I will slow it down sometimes when it's at least until I get a grasp of how things sound when they're talking.
Yeah. And I do think too, that's something I do as well. Like I start books at a slower speed and then I will speed them up as I go because then you get used to the narrator, you get used to the character names and you know what's being called out. So I do think that that's helpful. But I haven't been able to go. I think my highest that I've ever listened to a book is like 2.2. I don't know the people who listen at like 3 times speed. I'm like, whew.
Could not. I've gone up to 2.5, I think, a few times when it was like a big, thick, epic fantasy, and I was trying to finish. I think I did. I think I might have gone up to 2.5 with the last live ship book. But I was also like rage reading that last bit, so
I'm reading the first one very slowly.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything further then. There's a video if you want to spoil yourself, but I won't do
that. One time, unless the narrator's way too slow and I enjoy the performance. Well, and that's another thing too. Like if I am really enjoying the book, I will slow it down. I don't know that I can slow it down to 1 times because I'm so used to it being more than that now. But my husband, so when we drive to work, because we carpool, if he's listening to the same book as me, he does not like listening at a faster speed. And so I do have to sometimes lessen my pace for that.
That is the performance is why I don't listen to most things at 2 times speed unless it's Michael Kramer. Because I want to still hear that. And I feel that like 1.5 to 1.75 is where you hit that sweet spot where you can still hear the performer's performance and like but it's also close enough to normal talking speed that my mind doesn't go.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
So
the faster I listen to the books, the more likely I'm not feeling it. 1.5, 1.75 is my comfortable pace. with
I've
exception.
stopped caring if I go above 2 times speed.
Yeah, I agree. Listen at 1.5 speed just for audio. I can go to 2.25 if I'm reading a physical book. Well, that's true. If I am reading physical, if I'm reading immersively, I can go higher.
Sometimes I have to go higher because otherwise my eyes will start skipping because my eyes can read faster than I can listen.
Yeah.
Yes,
mostly a 2.5, 2.5, or 2, but some narrators read really slow, yes. Is Michael Kramer that way? Does The Way of Kings and the Mistborn, I do know, or I do that at 2.2 because I feel like he talks slowly.
He talks very much in like the old audiobook kind of format.
Yes.
If that makes sense. Kate Redding, the only reason I don't go faster than 2 times speed for him is because Kate Redding keeps things at enough of a clip that I'm like, okay, but then she'll be too fast.
Yes. Yeah. I've seen that as well. So I think both would overwhelm me. Yeah, and that's true too. Like, you have to because you have to match, or if you don't match your eye speed with what's being read to you, you can like Margaret said, you can skip around.
Yeah, you can skip around. And it really depends on the book. Like there are books I think I could do immersive reading, and there are books that I'm like Way of Kings, because I'm taking my time with. I even slowed it down, like listening to it because I'm taking my time with it. Like, okay, that's cool. It gives me time to like highlight the things that I want and make my notes without having to pause as often. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, friends, we are at the end of our sprinting time together, but we want to thank you guys for joining us. Margaret, do you have anything? I have linked Margaret's channel in the description, so if you guys are not subscribed already, please make sure that you do that. But is there anything that we need to be aware about on your channel happening anytime soon?
Keep an eye on my channel Wednesday or Thursday. There might be something dropping. There might not. It's really going to depend on how Tuesday goes, to be honest, guys. I have plans for things to be done and ready to go, but my dad is getting a biopsy on Tuesday. And it's one that it's one of those biopsies where they're going to go in, and in theory, it's not going to be a big deal. But because they're going in the way they're going in, if they find something, that might mean that like there's more support that my parents will need from me. So it's really going to depend on how that biopsy goes, because they're biopsying his lung. And our family history with that is they go into biopsy and take someone's entire lung, because that's what happened to his dad. Yeah.
I hope that doesn't happen. I hope everything goes smoothly.
I'm hoping not, because the last time I think it's the same problem that they went into biopsy last time with a little bit less invasive method, and it ended up being completely benign. But he does have some weird stuff in his lungs that they have not been able to figure out what it is.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, well wishes. Well wishes to you. Yes, fingers crossed.
Yeah. So it just really will depend on what Tuesday does. I'm not anticipating a lot, but he's probably going to be out for just.
Yeah.
But currently it's an outpatient procedure, so he should be home same day.
Well, hopefully he is, and hopefully we get some type of surprise on Wednesday.
Hopefully. I'm in theory going to film it in like 2 hours.
Nice.
So, thank you, Rose.
Yes. Well wishes. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for being here. We hope that you have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your time, be productive, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you somewhere around the internet at some point in time.
Yes.
So we hope that you guys have a good evening, have a good weekend, enjoy, and we'll see you later. Bye.